হ্যালো, বলো। তখন ফোন করেছিলাম গো। এখন লাইভে ঢুকছি দুটোর সময়।
Audio check 1 2 3. Audio check 1 2 3. Hello and a very good afternoon. This live broadcast is essentially on the Supreme Court hearing. Well, today is 30th of September, and exactly 53 days back, the date was 9th of August. On 9th of August 2024, around this time, it was more or less confirmed that the horrific incident that had happened inside the hospital premises of RG Kar Medical College and Hospital wasn't a small incident. It was very much clear that that horrific incident demanded accountability. It was very much clear what happened inside RG Kar Medical College and Hospital premises demanded stringent action, punitive action on the ground. And it's been 53 days since 9th of August. 53 days have passed by, and in the past 53 days, we have seen multiple things. Almost on a regular basis, we have seen protest on the streets of Kolkata, outside the state of West Bengal, all demanding justice. It was almost like one voice unequivocally raising this chorus, demand for justice. In the past 53 days, we have also seen the matter from Kolkata Police go in the hands of CBI. Precisely on 13th of August, Calcutta High Court had given the investigation to CBI, had taken the investigation from the hands of Kolkata Police and had given it to the CBI. And since then, CBI had been investigating the matter. The first arrest that was done by Kolkata Police within 24 hours of the horrific incident was of Sanjay Rai, suspected to be the prime accused, directly involved in the rape and murder of the 31-year-old PGT doctor of RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. Almost a month later, we have seen CBI for the first time in this very case arrest Shundip Ghosh, former principal of RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, who is also now a former doctor because his doctor's license has been suspended by the medical council. And apart from him, the former OC, that is officer in charge of Tala police station, the local police station under which came RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, Abhijit Mondol, both of them were arrested by CBI. What has CBI said? CBI has said, while they were not directly involved in this act of crime, that is rape and murder, but then there were serious charges leveled against them. Charges including tampering of evidences, charges including there could be a larger conspiracy that CBI is trying to unearth. So in the past 53 days, we have seen pertaining to this very case, that is rape and murder of the 31-year-old PGT doctor of RG Kar, 3 people have been arrested, 1 by Kolkata Police and 2 more by CBI. In the past 53 days too, we have seen the matter come before the Supreme Court. When did Supreme Court come into the picture? Supreme Court had come into the picture for the first time on 20th of September. Or 20th of August, beg your pardon. 20th of August, Supreme Court, the bench of Chief Justice of India, along with Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra, along with Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, they had taken suo motu cognizance of this case. And they came into the picture when the junior doctors of RG Kar Medical College and junior doctors of other government medical college and hospitals had gone on a cease work. Now, the junior doctors had been demanding better and a safer environment conducive for them to work without any fear of a rerun of what has happened inside RG Kar on 9th of August. Junior doctors had been on a cease work for 42 days non-stop. Yes, for 42 days non-stop, they had been on a cease work. And for 42 days, the junior doctors had been either taking out protest rallies or they had taken out demonstrations for over 9 days. They had also done a sit-in demonstration outside the state Shastro Bhavan, the health headquarters, and they had also eventually had a meeting with the Chief Minister of the state, Mamata Banerjee, Chief Secretary of the state, not once but twice. Now, in these three back-to-back meetings, what eventually transpired was the demand for removal of Kolkata Police Commissioner, removal of health officials, transfer in some Kolkata police officers. Now, most of the demands were met, but their principal demand, apart from justice for the 31-year-old doctor, they had also been demanding better security apparatus. Now, this, as far as the security apparatus is concerned, found its mention in the Supreme Court hearing, found its mention in Calcutta High Court hearing. Supreme Court too has formed a national task force. Supreme Court, in a larger, all-encompassing outlook to the case, not just limited to RG Kaur, is trying to ensure that through a proper mechanism, there is a security apparatus that ensures a safer environment for the junior doctors and doctors at large. So the Supreme Court has formed a national task force comprising of junior doctors, senior doctors, members of medical council, also secretaries from the union government. All of them have been included in this national task force. And the objective of the national task force is to formulate a design, a roadmap that would ensure better security system, effective on ground, that would definitely come handy for the junior doctors and other members associated with the medical body. But as far as Kolkata is concerned, we know that the state government has taken certain decisions. For example, enhancing security system in RG Kaur. For example, roughly about 532 CCTV cameras are to be installed. The work of that has already started. Most of it has also been installed. Similarly, CCTV cameras are meant to be installed in other medical colleges and hospitals, and also installation of starting of a new app that would give junior doctors and others working in the hospital a way to send SOS, save our souls, SOS to authorities. That apart, more security people are to be deployed. So all of that has been commissioned by the state government. Now, in a quick recap of what has happened in the past 53 days, we realize that the Supreme Court has heard the matter for 4 times: 20th of September, 20th of August, 22nd of August, 9th of September, 17th of September. In these 4 occasions, the Supreme Court has only and only tried harping on the fact that the security of doctors cannot be compromised with. What has happened in the case? The CBI has so far filed 3 status reports. 3 status reports before the Supreme Court. And the 3 status reports, the latest one, which had been in a sealed envelope to the bench, the judges had gone through it and they have said this much: the details are disturbing. Now, what are the details? Not in public domain. It is not known in public domain. But if we can just play those, Supreme Court pointers full frame, the Supreme Court has said that they will not give out much details and will not disclose anything pertaining to the investigation. And if I can quote, the Supreme Court bench said that we do not want someone to take advantage of it as a technical issue later on. But what the CBI has revealed in its status report is really disturbing. What you are flagging is of the utmost concern. So I can only share with you that we are ourselves disturbed by what we have seen in the report, and this is what the CBI itself has told us they are themselves very concerned about the fact, and this is what has happened. So this was the observation of the Supreme Court, precisely the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. The Supreme Court has also taken note that there is a letter which has been sent to the CBI, letter written by the father of the deceased doctor. Now, the letter by the deceased doctor to the CBI has expressed genuine concern, that's what the bench had said, and the inputs which have been shared on September 12 should be taken up seriously, which means a letter was given by the father of the deceased doctor to CBI, and the court has clearly said that CBI should take up that very letter too very, very seriously. Now, the Solicitor General has assured the court that CBI would maintain contact with the parents and keep them informed thereafter about their genuine concerns. Now, again, we do not know what are the concerns like, what are the kind of concerns which have been raised, because minded they have been given in sealed envelope. Now, at this point in time, when the Supreme Court has also said that the findings of the CBI had been so far disturbing, we are absolutely unclear as whether there is something they have already found as far as their probe into the quote-unquote larger conspiracy and nexus is concerned. Mind it, CBI is also probing a separate matter, and that is pertaining to alleged corruption, irregularities, financial misappropriation, and irregularities including reuse of medicine, smuggling of medicine, alleged smuggling of body organ, alleged smuggling of dead bodies. So these are all allegations which have come to the fore, and precisely from the junior doctors. And all of that has caught the attention of the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court today, as they hear the matter for the fifth time, we have to wait and see what more comes out. Because, minded, there had been a huge apprehension as whether police had done their job properly, if there had been tampering of evidences. Even the Kolkata police had strongly denied that they have been victim of a perception and that they have done everything as procedural. But then Supreme Court too had questioned, why did it take 14 hours to lodge the FIR? To which the Kolkata police had been saying that, look, after the case came to the light, the first phone call came to the officer, and the officer immediately registered a general diary. And because it was not confirmed till then as whether the doctor is dead or how she has died, it was prudent to raise a case of unnatural death. And the unnatural death FIR was registered at around 11:30 at night, only after the OC had gone back to the police station. And procedurally, they have also made a separate FIR at around 11:45 that night, where the sections pertaining to rape and murder were also included. So obviously, that's one thing which is which has been asked by the Supreme Court multiple times, and we have to wait and see if there would be any further probe on that very aspect. Well, the Supreme Court will be resuming the hearing shortly, and we have already cut to the live feed, and we are waiting for the judges to come. Mind you, this would be the fifth hearing as far as the Arjikor case is concerned. And for Supreme Court, there are principal focus points. Number one, the case, the investigation pertaining to rape and murder. Number two, pertaining to safety of doctors. So at this point in time, yes, the junior doctors are equally anticipating this hearing. Why? Because junior doctors who had been on a cease work for 42 days, and after they had gone back to work after 42 days of cease work, have once again issued a warning that they might go for a cease work once again, and they would decide after the Supreme Court hearing today. After the Supreme Court hearing today. Now, what has happened apart from Arjikor incident? We have also seen very recently, just 3 days back, there had been an incident of violence inside Shagor Datta Hospital, which again is in Kolkata, a little outside Kolkata. But that Shagor Datta Medical College, another government hospital, over there, doctors and nurses have been victim of physical assault at the hands of aggrieved patient party. Now, the patient party have their own statement to give. The patient party had alleged that their patient, a woman, was not treated properly. In fact, doctors have not attended to the patient, properly, and that is the reason. That is the reason. She has died, and in that moment of grief, they had also attacked and assaulted the doctors and nurses. Now, citing that the junior doctors of Sagar Datto Hospital, they have already gone on a cease work. They are now on a strike as we speak. They are already on a strike, but the junior doctors elsewhere were partially resumed their duties pertaining to essential services. They have also kind of warned that they too would go back to cease work if uh, if the situation doesn't improve. Now, what are they expecting from the Supreme Court today? They are expecting a concrete response from the state as what all have been done as far as upgrading the security apparatus in medical colleges and hospitals are concerned. Uh, they are also expecting details as far as the case is concerned, as whether the investigation has progressed, how far it has progressed, and also whether this issue of Sagar Datta Hospital will also be raked up in Supreme Court today. So yes, the junior doctors would also be wanting to know what transpires in the Supreme Court today, and thereafter, as they have warned, they will decide as whether to go on a cease work or not. Now, the Supreme Court hearing, which you're expecting to begin shortly, is very, very significant because we have to understand something. The Supreme Court will not be going for the trial of the case. What will Supreme Court do? The Supreme Court would be overseeing the investigation, which is more than reassuring that the investigation will just not be limited to the investigating agency, that the investigating agency in regular intervals will be held accountable as far as the progress in the case is concerned. Number two, they will also try and ensure effective implementation of security upgradation, just not in hospitals limited to Kolkata or Bengal, but everywhere else. Number three, to also ensure that such cases do not really happen in the future. So the Supreme Court, while not be the trial court as far as this case is concerned, and will also not be receiving the charge sheet. The charge sheet has to be filed before the trial court. But then it will essentially ensure that the investigation which is there with the CBI now is on the right direction, and obviously the CBI's investigation is progressing. So at this point in time, yes, we are waiting for the Supreme Court hearing to begin, and it has not really started as yet. We're just waiting for the hearing to begin. All eyes will be on this hearing because we also have to understand, as far as the victim's family is concerned, they have changed their lawyer. Now, from Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharya, who also has a political connection. He is a CPM leader, Rajya Sabha member. While he had been the advocate on record for the bereaved family, there is a change now. Advocate Vrinda Grover would be representing the family. We know as far as junior doctors is concerned, there too had been a change as far as the council is concerned. So now, in the previous hearing, we had seen Advocate Indira Jaising represent the junior doctors. Kapil Sibal remains there, who would be representing the state of West Bengal. And also understand, because it's a suo motu case, in this suo motu case, all our respondents, starting from the state of West Bengal to Kolkata Police to CBI to to junior doctors, all are respondents in this case. And we have to now wait and see as and when the hearing resumes. Most definitely, Supreme Court would be given another updated status report, and what that status report would hold, again, it's a matter of speculation because it's not there in public domain, and very unlikely it will come in public domain because the matter is with Supreme Court, and Supreme Court had received these status reports in sealed envelopes, which means protocol-wise, they are not supposed to be in public domain. They're not supposed to be shared with any other advocate on record. from any side, be it the State Council or the Solicitor General or anyone. They're not expected to receive the status reports of the investigation, and that's the reason there is a curiosity, and there is a curiosity pertaining to the CBI's investigation is concerned. And if you can go back to the graphics as what really transpired in the Supreme Court last time, and I would want to quote what the Supreme Court said last time once again. The Supreme Court essentially said that the Supreme Court essentially said that the findings were disturbing. The Supreme Court had also directed Wikipedia to take down the name and any photograph that disclosed the identity of the 31-year-old doctor. And the Supreme Court made it very, very clear that the identity cannot be disclosed and the identity has to be protected. That in a way had also found a mention from both Kapil Sibal and also Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General. Both had said that, knowingly or unknowingly, people are disclosing the identity. That has to be thwarted, and there has to be a proper direction. So the Supreme Court had directed Wikipedia to take down the name and any photograph that disclosed the identity of the 31-year-old PGD doctor. The governing principle is that the identity of the victim in rape and murder shall not be disclosed. That's exactly what the Supreme Court said. Wikipedia shall therefore comply with the previous order passed. That is what the bench of Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud and Justices J.V. Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra had said. That apart, the Supreme Court had also said this, that Indira Jaising, representing the junior doctors, had requested the court to record that no punitive action be taken against the junior doctors if they do not return to work or after they return to work. Now, Mr. Sibal for West Bengal had assured that junior doctors, no action would be taken, and it was reiterated in the court that no punitive action will be taken against them for their seized work. Minded, the Supreme Court too had given a deadline to the junior doctors. Well, it's all bygone now. By 10th of September, 5 p.m., they were supposed to join back work. That is what the Supreme Court had said. But that was an observation, not part of any that was not part of any any directive, any order. But then the junior doctors, instead of resuming their duties, had essentially gone on a siege work, and of course they were outside the state Shastra Bhavan demonstrating, and the demonstration lasted for 9 days. Then they met with the chief minister, they met with the chief secretary. So the Chief Justice of India had also said that we are not modifying our last order. We have created the conditions for them to come back to work. Let them do what they have to do to implement the orders. The Supreme Court too had not made anything binding for the junior doctors and left it to the prudence and jurisprudence of the junior doctors to decide what is right and what is right for them. Now, yes, it is a matter of fact there had been floods which had happened in Bengal, and the request had gone to the junior doctors that because of the crisis which is there in hand, there would be medical requirements and junior doctors should resume work. And the junior doctors had also said that because of the crisis situation, they are partially resuming their services, essentially the essential services, emergency services. Now, we have also seen the junior doctors travel in different flood-affected areas in the state, and they had tried reaching out medical assistance to the flood-affected victims. But then today would be very, very crucial, a hearing, because on this hearing would also depend a decision that the junior doctors would be arriving at, as whether they would be resuming their cease work or will they continue with their partial services, primarily with emergency services and other essential services. Going back to the Supreme Court observation, Supreme Court had clearly said that the findings of the CBI, which had been given to them in sealed envelope, had been very, very disturbing, that they are equally concerned, and that CBI has found things which are disturbing in nature. And the Supreme Court also said that we will not give out details, we will not disclose anything much pertaining to the investigation, because you don't want someone to take advantage of it as a technical issue later on. So basically, if there is a larger conspiracy and if there are other people involved, then those other people involved or allegedly involved should not be alerted with any kind of disclosure happening inside the court. And that's a reason mindful of the sensitivity of the case, mindful of the grievousness of the crime, mindful of how important justice is in this particular case, just not for people of Kolkata or for the bereaved family, but for the entire country, mindful of the fact that such incidents should not happen in the future, and that right precedent has to be set. The Supreme Court bench clearly said that they will not give out any details, and that's the reason the investigation and the findings of it have so far remained in sealed envelope. And the court has said that we do not want someone to take advantage of it later on as technical issue. But what the CBI has revealed in its status report is really disturbing. Now, these two words, really disturbing, had caught the eyes and attention of the entire country. What has CBI found? What has CBI found so far? That they have inferred that their investigation has unearthed something which is really disturbing. Because minded, CBI had been saying that they are also trying to probe the larger conspiracy angle. Now, what is this larger conspiracy angle? Are there more people involved, or has the act been committed by one, but then there had been a concerted attempt to cover it up? If so, was the former principal Shondeep Ghosh involved in that? He has been shown arrested in this very case. Was the former OC of Tala police station, Abhijit Mondol, involved in that? He too has been arrested in this case. Whether more people involved in this case, because the doctors have so far said, junior doctors, that they have evidences indicating that people had gone inside the scene of crime. Now, yes, there are videos which have come out eventually, and they show that presence of people inside the crime of scene, and inside the crime of scene, just not investigating officers or Kolkata police officers, but there were more people seen inside that crime of scene, and it was unwarranted. What was their business? Why were they there? Now, Kolkata police had so far maintained that there had been no tampering of evidences. Nobody has tried harming the investigation. That there were doctors who were protesting, who were come inside with their demands, and the Kolkata police had also maintained that if it was a 50 feet long room, 40 feet, about 40 feet of that room was cordoned off as a scene of crime, and the remaining 10 to 11 feet was left uncordoned, because there were people who were present, their doctors and others who had come in, who were trying to protest and put forth demands before the officers, and negotiations have happened. But that about junior doctors have also said that the junior doctors have also said that uh, uh, you know there were people who were not part of RG Corps, yet they had come in. So yes, the Supreme Court too had said that anybody has any proof should be considered by the CBI, and the CBI should pursue that. So again, thus today's hearing in Supreme Court would be very, very significant, and we are waiting for the Supreme Court hearing to begin. Well, the Supreme Court hearing has not started as yet. They have given an output. Interestingly, we haven't really seen. Okay, we haven't seen. Well, the Supreme Court hearing has not started as yet, and it will any moment now, because it was supposed to start at 2 o'clock after the lunch break, and it has not. Uh, well, again, we can't find it. I don't know. Some of the viewers are saying it has already started, but very strange. We do not see any output as yet. We do not see any output as yet. I remember Kapil Sibal in the previous hearing had said if this live output could be stopped, and the Chief Justice had clearly said no, that won't happen. Chief Justice had clearly said that hearing would continue live for larger transparency. Kapil Sibal had cited security concerns, that they have been victims of prejudices and name calling and other threats, but notwithstanding, the live streaming was not impaired. So you're not expecting live streaming to be impaired today. Uh, well, we do not see the hearing has started as yet. Well, if anyone can see the hearing happening anywhere else, do let us know. We will try and see, but we do not see. If any viewer has found the hearing, being streamed somewhere, do let us know, because we don't get to see it here. The live output of the Supreme Court is still showing it's coming up. So yeah, we're just waiting for the Supreme Court hearing to begin. uh, it has not started as yet, so you're just waiting for Supreme Court hearing to begin. Let's see what time it starts. And you can watch the live broadcast here as and when it begins, but as of now, it has not started. We can confirm it has not started as yet. It has not started as yet. uh, yeah, it has not started as yet. So we are waiting for the hearing to resume, and it has not started as yet. So yeah, so as far as the Supreme Court hearing is concerned, it will begin any moment, but then it has not started. Uh, it has not started as yet, and the junior doctors have already issued a warning that they would be going on a siege work once again, depending on what transpires today. Okay, very interesting. There had been another allegation which has come to fore, that there was a request for a second autopsy, and that Kolkata police did not respect that request coming in from the bereaved family. Again, that too probably would find a mention in Supreme Court today, and thus we have to wait and see what transpires in Supreme Court today. So obviously, we have tried giving you a recap. We have tried giving you a recap as what really happened in the past four hearings in Supreme Court, and today would be the fifth time the Supreme Court would be hearing the matter. We are waiting for the Supreme Court hearing to begin. The hearing would be happening at the bench of the Chief Justice of India, comprising of Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud and Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra. So obviously, we have to now wait and see if there would be any fresh status report given by CBI to the Supreme Court, and what would be the Supreme Court's observations. But for now, the Supreme Court hearing is yet to begin. Unsure why is it taking so long. It's already 2:34. We're supposed to start at 2 o'clock, but we do have confirmation the hearing has not started. In fact, I just checked with some legal reporters, and they are saying the hearing has not started as yet. Yeah, the hearing has not started as yet. So you're just waiting for the Supreme Court hearing to begin, and thereafter see what transpires in that hearing. So a quick recap: it's been 53 days. 53 days have passed by since 9th of August 2024, the day when the entire country was shaken by the gruesome details, horrific details of this barbaric crime, and of the brutal rape and murder of the PGT doctor. And we have also seen as how thereafter there had been protests engulfing the streets of Kolkata, even outside, almost on a regular basis, demanding justice, demanding accountability. Well, we have seen the siege work, 42 days, last for 42 days, siege work by junior doctors. Junior doctors have resumed their services partially, but they have issued a warning that after the Supreme Court hearing today, they would decide as whether to resume their cease work, or if they would uh, continue with their services in the essential department. We also know, as a matter of fact, that Kolkata Police Commissioner was changed. Vinit Goyal is no longer the police commissioner. Manoj Verma has replaced Vinit Goyal. DC North has been shunted out. A new DC North has been brought in place. We know that uh, DHE and DME, Director of Health Services and Director of Medical Education, both from the Health Department, they had been changed. The demand of the junior doctors had also been removal of the Principal Secretary Health. Well, that has not been kept so far. The demand of the junior doctors had also been that security is enhanced and upgraded immediately, to which the state has said they have already started doing the work and it's a work in progress, that more CCTV cameras uh, have been installed. We do not really know as why the hearing has not begun as yet, but then we are still waiting for the Supreme Court hearing to begin. Like us, even others are waiting, but but the Supreme Court hearing has not started as yet. So, yes, we are just waiting for the Supreme Court hearing to begin. We also know there is a cabinet meeting of the state government of Mamata Banerjee. That cabinet meeting would be the last one before Durga Puja. Now, this protest of junior doctors, and of course, every incident following the brutal crime came at a time when Durga Puja is around the corner. So yes, the festive spirit is also to a large extent dampened, and we know there is a cabinet meeting today, and that cabinet meeting too would be very, very significant because ahead of Durga Puja, while the focus could be on Durga Puja, but then no one can discount the fact that the cabinet meeting can also delve into the security upgradation work as far as medical colleges and hospitals are concerned, and the protests which are still going on are concerned. So obviously, we would also be keeping our eyes on the cabinet meeting. We also know as far as Shondeep Ghosh and OC, former OC Abhijit Mondol are concerned, they would be produced before the lower court today as their judicial custody period ends, and they would thus be produced before the lower court once again. And we have to wait and see what transpires in the lower court as well, as whether their judicial custody be extended or fresh bail application be moved. So we are waiting for all these developments to happen. So it's going to be a very, very significant Monday from Supreme Court to the lower court in Kolkata. You have some or other hearing pertaining to RG Kaur that would happen. But the Supreme Court hearing would be very, very significant because the Supreme Court hearing, this would be the fifth time the Supreme Court would hear the matter. And that apart, the Supreme Court, a fresh status report is also expected to be filed by the CBI. So obviously, we are just waiting for the Supreme Court hearing to resume. Unsure as why it is taking so long, and if there had been any change in time. Well, you are still waiting for a confirmation. I'll request my colleague Titash to check too if there is. We're just trying to check in other channels as well. Let me just see. Uh, well, we do not see that. Nope. I don't see the hearing happening in anywhere else. I do see someone saying that uh, uh, let me just check with some. All right, let me just see. One second. Can you just, Titash, can you just mute me for a second, please? No, the hearing has not started. Somebody said some Bengali channel is showing it live. I can confirm. No, that channel, why they are playing that old video, unsure, but well, no. In fact, somebody has just dropped a name on our chat box. One particular Bengali channel is showing it live. No, I can say that with absolute conformity. You can go back to that very channel and you would find at the right hand side bottom corner it's written recorded, which means they too are playing old visuals. We will not do that because that's going to be quite deceitful, and we will not do that. We also don't want to confuse our viewers. The hearing has not started as yet. I don't know why it hasn't started, but then I just tried dropping a couple of messages to people who are there in Supreme Court, and it's very, very interesting as why the hearing has not started as yet. Well, the hearing was supposed to happen at 2 o'clock. Uh, generally it takes a couple of minutes more beyond 2 o'clock for hearing post lunch to begin, but then this is already 2:40, 43, almost like 43 minutes have passed by since 2. Not really sure why the hearing hasn't started as yet. No mention there is no mention on the Supreme Court website as well. uh, all right. Okay, I think So, well, I do have a confirmation now. The bench has already resumed hearing, okay? As far as the Chief Justice's bench is concerned, comprising of Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra are concerned, they have already come back and they have already started listening to matters. The fact of the matter is, they are now hearing case number 58. Now, they would hear first all other matters listed, and then they would come to the RG Court case. Now, they are now hearing the case number 58, and this would continue till case number 61. What is RG Court's case number? RG Court's case number is 42 as far as today's listing is concerned. So from 58, they would progress till 61, and after they are done with all the other matters listed for today, they would then come to case number 42, which is the RG Court case. So that is the reason they have not started the live streaming. In all likeness, the hearing would happen, and maybe it will take some time, but it seems like the hearing would happen. It's just taking little time, and they're first hearing all other matters which are listed in the in today's calendar, and thereafter they would come to case number 42, and then the hearing on RG Kaur would begin. Now, yeah, the case number is 42. So as far as court resuming post lunch is concerned, that has already happened, and the output of live telecast would be pertaining to case number 42 alone, that is RG Court case. So as far as the output is concerned, that would happen. You don't get to see it now because the Supreme Court live streaming has not started. They're now hearing case number 58, and the hearing would continue till 61, and then they would come to case number 42, which is the RG Court matter. So people who are on the live broadcast, it's an appeal to all of you, just be on standby. We would be staying on with this live and waiting for the Supreme Court live telecast to begin. It hasn't started as yet. As soon as the Supreme Court live telecast begins, you will get to see it live here. For now, we are not ending the live broadcast. This live broadcast will continue, just taking a short break, but then the output of the Supreme Court would be here. And as soon as the live telecast begins, you would be seeing it live on this very platform, that is NTT. Kindly bear with us. It is not in our hands. We can't control a lot of things. We are not controlling this at all. So as soon as the Supreme Court hearing begins, you would find it live here. For now, we're just taking a short break, but the output stays.
Yes, Bharat. This title of the High Court of Karnataka. Yes, Bharat. You guys will forgive us.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
I was wondering.
My lords, on behalf of the family, may I just hand over two envelopes? One is the letter, please. One is the letter that was given to the CBI, just to bring some facts to the attention of the CBI. Perhaps CBI is already taking cognizance of that. The other aspect is very alarming. There is a lot of social media posts, both which are actually using her real photograph and her name. And there are rampant social media posts which the family is running into. It is not only causing a lot of anguish, it is actually totally illegal.
We
And
have
this
now
is
passed
a crime.
an
It's
order.
a crime.
It's section
Now,
70.
there's no point in us continuing to pass the same order. We've already passed one order.
May I make a
Now it's for the
suggestion
law
in that regard?
enforcement authorities to enforce that order
My
basically.
lords,
My
may I
lords,
make
it's only
just-
to
just a minute,
Wikipedia.
Just a minute. No, it's not Wikipedia. Please, I've given.
The
Just-
direction was.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wikipedia, please.
My lords, may just have a look at this. May I make a suggestion? Because I don't think an order is going to actually stop people immediately from posting. It's very difficult for the family to go around litigating against each individual post that is being made. Can there be a nodal officer and an email ID that is provided by the Union of India? They themselves also review this repeatedly, and we can bring it to their attention as and when it comes to the family's attention, and then it can be swiftly taken down in accordance with law. It's very disturbing, the kind of pictures that are being put up.
And reels, my lords, using AI with her image.
My lords,
And
in fact,
making
let
it a
me just-
Hindi
let
film
me-
song.
Let me
You
finish.
have to ensure that the law enforcement authorities.
Lord, there's also
I
film.
won't go
We have now, we've already passed
The
direction.
lordships have passed the general direction twice, so there is no point in repeating that. Lord, essentially, it would be the state subject, but if my learned friend gives me any link, Lord, I will provide for, Lord, a particular
So Devi, actually now with the judicial order which we have passed, the state of West Bengal must also immediately contact all these social media sites.
We
which
will
are-
also do that.
It's an ongoing work which you have to continuously do, because it's not like you're contacting one
Yes.
media channel and saying that, look, you give this apology or something like that.
Flickering.
It's just
So, but
proliferating.
It
we will
multiplies.
certainly look into it, Lord, but I believe at the national level, it has to be tackled.
My lords, that's.
We will
I have
do
no
anything.
difficulty,
We will
Lord,
do
I am
that
agreeing
Both the
immediately.
governments-
We'll give, my lord, one number, my learned friend, my lord, or anyone else, my lord, whoever finds that either name or depiction or
All right, so
photograph.
this part now you are between
Please,
you, you don't need an order from us.
My lord, just one more aspect.
We will
The
cooperate.
commissioner of police, the ex-commissioner of police, who's now been transferred, he himself gave a press interview in which he disclosed the name.
My lord, before we
On the very
do that,
same
can
day.
I just finish, please?
Yes.
With respect to this, there is also a film that is going to be released tomorrow on YouTube, which says that it is based on RG Kaur incident. I am not at all saying that nobody should speak, nobody should express themselves. That's not the submission. However, would that interfere with the investigation, which is at a very early and sensitive stage? Secondly, how has she been portrayed? Will it in any way be, and I've attached that screenshot also, because that's already being publicized on
You
social
know,
media.
if some film is being released and you want to stop the release of the film, you have to take recourse to independent remedies in law.
I bowed on my lords. That's why I'm saying I'm not making that. I'm only bringing it to the attention that this is, as my lord said, proliferating. If there is a nodal person appointed by the Union of India, it would then be someone we can contact or pass on the information for them to take action in accordance with.
Solicitor, what you can do is that you can just identify, maybe in the cybercrime unit of the Ministry of Home Affairs or any appropriate agency, one nodal person who can be available for anybody to say that, well, this is the clip.
It would be, my lord, it may not be Ministry of Home Affairs, it would be IT.
Methi.
IT.
Yes.
Meiti, my lord,
Meiti
we'll
will-
give the, my lord, one nodal officer.
So that you can,
if
you
my
can,
learned
you
friend
can duly publicize it. And in which case, any clip which has to be pulled down,
Yes.
that intimation can be given by email or whatever to that particular
There is a system.
portal. Just put it into place and.
My
Now,
lords,
just the
one
only-
line in an order might be required, because on the last occasion, para 7 speaks specifically to
Only
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia.
What my lords had said in Shreya Singhal, and I was before my lords in that matter, is that takedowns can only happen by court order.
So we passed that order.
Yes, my lords. Yes.
We've already passed
Yes.
that order.
Well, coming back to the
No, my
police.
lords, that may be passed then in
No,
today's order.
last order.
That was
very-
specific.
Specifically on
Yeah, for
Wikipedia, my lords.
Wikipedia, not
Only vis-a-vis
Just say
Wikipedia.
any intermediate.
The parents of
Yeah,
the parents of the deceased
This is
have been disconcerted by repeated clips in the social media referring to photographs and the name of the deceased.
Videos, my lords. Reels.
Besides these clips, videos have also proliferated in the social media. The earlier order of this court shall, it is clarified, not be confined only to Wikipedia, but shall apply in relation to all
intermediaries.
intermediaries and to reiterate, there shall be, to reiterate, no intermediary shall allow or carry the publication of the name of the deceased, her identity, photographs, or videos, either pertaining to the incident at the RG Kaur Medical College or otherwise.
Please, members.
So that's a preventive order. Although as far
On the request of the court, the Solicitor General has stated that the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, into brackets MIT, shall nominate a nodal officer to whom any communication in relation to the unauthorized uploading of content or information pertaining to the deceased can be intimated, so that necessary action can be taken with the intermediary concerned for pulling down such publication or dissemination.
I'm grateful, members.
So we need to go a step ahead and let the Ministry of Information and Technology lay down some due diligence guidelines for the future also. After all, these incidents may happen, may recur. So let the ministry, since we are taking up this.
There must be something, my lord. If there is none, we will take care.
MIT may also consider laying down guidelines.
There are some, my lord. There are some.
Guidelines to govern such cases consistent with the judgments of this court and the
If not
governing
already.
provisions of law.
but as regards the police commissioner,
Exists.
his
You are right.
infraction already, which amounts to
My
a criminal act under 72.
my learned friend agrees that also says that there is a guideline in.
There
Oh, there is
is,
a guideline.
there is a legal system in place. There's an empowerment under sections of the IT Act and rules framed thereunder. There's no need for further directions from this court, my lord, because
All right,
it
we'll-
can go
we'll
to
ask-
the other extreme of
we'll ask
censorship.
sentence the-
One has to be very
No,
careful.
yeah, no, nobody is.
Exactly.
Nobody is
Yes,
now on
let me-
censorship.
We'll
My lord.
we'll
It
delete
is-
that last
some
sentence
other
from
level.
today's order. If there is some deficiency pointed out to us on the next occasion,
Please,
we'll
my
then
lord,
supplement.
we'll do that.
So about the Calcutta High Court, the Calcutta High Court,
Just
a
one
matter
second,
came up.
Mr.
Yes.
Rani. My lord, if I may request your lordship to direct the registrar of this court to give wide publicity to this order, this particular order passed today, so that the general public is put to notice.
It would
that-
be, it would get wide publicity. My lord. Now,
My lord, that I understand, but
as a matter of fact, it might end up defaming the girl more.
it's not true, Mr. Mehta. The general public needs to be put to notice. Not everybody reads judgments of this court.
I don't think, my lord, that may be necessary. That might end up, my lord,
All right.
defaming
Now,
the.
this part we'll move on from.
Well, just one
Now,
last point.
one before Mr. Solicitor, you got the latest report of the
Yes,
CBI.
yes.
Let's see the
But
aspect.
just one point, just one point. Because the Calcutta High Court was seized over a couple of petitions, one of which I appeared in last time, where the petitioner is seeking monitoring of an FIR to be lodged. Till today, no FIR has been lodged against the police commissioner, then police commissioner, who on emerging from the hospital
He names
reveals
the-
the identity of this of the lady. He reveals the identity. Now, those petitions are pending. But the Calcutta High Court said, we don't know whether the Supreme Court is going to take up that matter as well. Please get us a clarification whether we can deal with this matter. But it's, Lordship, strictly speaking, are dealing with the faults in the investigation, the deficiencies in the investigation, etc. This is an ancillary issue where somebody has already committed a crime. Whether it's going to be part of that, Your Lordship will just decide.
Put it to Mr. Dwivedi now.
Yes, 3-0. अपना भी श्वेता एक मिस्टर मेहता को दिखा दो श्वेता ना
So I guess the most important moment of the Supreme Court hearing is currently underway. And it is undoubtedly the most important moment because the status report of CBI has been given to the judges. So the 3 copies have been given to the judges, including Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justices J.P. Pardiwala, and Manoj Mishra. They had been given the CBI status report. In fact, as soon as the hearing began, the Chief Justice of India asked the Solicitor General as whether he has the updated status report of CBI. But thereafter, there were some other issues which were brought to fore. For example, the identity of the deceased doctor is still there in public domain, being utilized on social media for either for some promotion or for something else, all of that have been brought to the notice of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said that previously they have already given an order for Wikipedia, and that order stays. The Supreme Court also, in a way, reminded that every law enforcement agency has the right to, in a way, act against them. Also asked that the West Bengal police too can act against them. The point of the matter is Advocate Vrinda Grover, appearing on behalf of the bereaved family, she made a specific submission if there could be a special nodal point created where either through WhatsApp or emails, the nodal officer could be intimated about somebody using the picture or identity of the deceased doctor for any reason which is in violation, that can be intimated, and necessary action can thereafter be initiated. To that context, we also saw the matter of Kolkata Police Commissioner, rather former Kolkata Police Commissioner Vineet Goyal's name was also raked up, and it was informed to the bench that the former Kolkata Police Commissioner Vineet Goyal had taken the name of the deceased doctor soon after coming out of the hospital on the fateful day, that is 9th of August, and that is in violation of the procedure, tantamount for punitive action. And we also remember the matter was taken up before Calcutta High Court previously, and Calcutta High Court has squarely asked as whether Supreme Court would be listening to this same matter or not. If Supreme Court would be taking up this matter, in that case, Calcutta High Court will not interfere. So that clarity was also sought as whether this matter would also get the attention of the Supreme Court or not. So yes, the Supreme Court said, okay, we'll keep this matter, and let's move on to the status report. So now what you see on the screen, that Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra, they are going through the status report now, and this status report is an updated status report filed by the CBI. On an interesting observation, I do not see Advocate Kapil Sibal to the place where you've seen in the past 4 occasions. So Advocate Kapil Sibal, a senior counsel who represented West Bengal, the government and the police, I do not see him there. Whether there is any change, that confirmation would come in some time. But for now, what you get to see is the judges going through the status report of the CBI. And minded, this status report, an updated status report, would be very, very significant to understand as which way the investigation is going, what all have come out in the investigation so far, if there is anything strikingly significant. That too would catch the attention of the judges. Well, let's recall in the previous hearing, which happened on 17th of September. In fact, Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud clearly said, the findings of the CBI are disturbing. There are concerns. Now, did not disclose much, but then the very fact, serious in nature and disturbing are words which are mentioned from the Chief Justice of India. It had only brought in a lot of curiosity as far as CBI's investigation is concerned, and what all things CBI has found so far. So obviously, we have to now wait and see what would be CBI's observation now, Supreme Court's observation on the status report which has been filed by CBI. We do see the judges going through the report now, and we also have to wait and see whether there would be any kind of order passed by the Supreme Court vis-a-vis the updated status report. We know, as a matter of fact, that the Supreme Court was hearing other cases, and that's the reason there had been a delay. But in fact, Solicitor General had said it's already 4:15. If the RG Kar matter could be kept on some other day, to which the Chief Justice of India had clearly said, no, it's a very important matter, and they would hear the matter. So the matter is currently on. Hearing is underway. Advocate Vrinda Grover represents the family of the deceased doctor. Advocate Indira Jaising is representing the junior doctors front. I also see Firuz Adulji over there. I guess I've seen Firuz Adulji. we're just waiting for it to go full frame. But nonetheless, it's a very, very significant day because what transpires in the Supreme Court today may have a bearing, I use the word consciously as may have a bearing on the junior doctors who have clearly warned that basis of what transpires from the Supreme Court today, they would take a call as whether to return to cease work or whether to continue with their partial services vis-a-vis the essential services. Minded, the junior doctors have given out a call for protest, renewed call for protest after there had been a recent incident of assault on doctors and nurses at Shagor Datta Hospital over a death of a patient. Patient party aggrieved had assaulted doctors and nurses, and doctors and nurses had alleged that. Look, if the security situation is that bad and if you're so vulnerable, it's difficult to work. I guess the Supreme Court is here. Okay. Can you just cut to that live? Yeah, just cut to the Supreme Court live. So you can clearly see in that little frame. I don't know why the stream is so showing up like this. The main frame ideally should have been of the courtroom, but then for some reason the main window is a small window now. It has just gone into a window, but I do see the judges speaking to themselves. I do get to see Chief Justice of India speaking with Justices JB Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra, and they are all going through the status report of the CBI, the updated status report of the CBI. I repeat, it is the updated status report of CBI which has been given to the court, which has been given to the bench, and the court is now going through the updated status report. In the previous hearing, the court had clearly said that what CBI had cited in their status report was seriously disturbing, and the court had also in a way said they won't disclose much as far as the investigation is concerned, because they did not want to alert anyone, or any word coming out at this point would could also interfere with the investigation process. They did not want to do that, and that's the reason nothing had been disclosed as far as the status report is concerned. But then the updated status report has been filed today, and the updated status report is currently with the judges. As I see in that little window, Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud speaking with Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra, and obviously they are now discussing the updated status report which has been filed by the CBI. So we have to wait and see whether the court makes any kind of an observation on the updated status report. A viewer has also asked, where is Kapilji? Well, I do not see him. I don't see Kapil Sibal, the advocate representing the Bengal government, at his place. Not really sure whether he has been replaced or he is missing from this very hearing or this particular hearing. Not really sure, but then we have to wait for that confirmation when the state government responds or when the state of West Bengal responds. But for now, I do get to see the judges going through the status report. The most important moment of this hearing is where the CBI has submitted their
9,
updated status
Roman
report to the
6.
Supreme Court, and the
Page
bench
9,
is now
Roman
going
6.
through.
This ought to have been done within 24 hours.
That is so.
Ought to have been done within 24 hours.
Leads which have come up during the course of the investigation.
Ought to have been done
And
within
they've given
24
us a very
hours.
elaborate statement of where the investigation is, what steps
Ought
they
to have been done
leads which you had given them,
Please, my lord.
where they are. Obviously, let CBI
Yes.
continue to
Yes,
investigate, because it's important that these leads are not missed.
please, my lord.
They have given us a statement on both aspects. The first part of the investigation, which deals with the alleged rape and murder, and the second on the financial irregularities, which were referred by the judgment of the Calcutta High Court, order of the Calcutta High Court to CBI. So they have bifurcated it in two parts and given us an elaboration on what is happening on both the fronts.
My lord, has the IPDR report?
Mr. Solicitor, just one thing, please tell him. The injuries seem to have been accentuated by the fact that she was wearing braces and her glasses. How is it that she was wearing glasses at that particular point? Was she attacked when she was asleep?
She was asleep. Yeah.
Then how is it that she was wearing her glasses?
My lord, you can just doze off, you can lie down.
Was the body found with glasses on?
No,
Because ask CBI to
One-
just,
Glasses were not on
because
because the Caesar list,
no.
the Caesar list of the particular day says that the glasses were broken and were found lying beside her
Yes. The mattress.
on the mattress.
Mattress.
Have not removed it, my lord, because of the fatigue, and she may have gone to sleep.
My lord, another thing is whether the CBI has yet submitted the IPDR report, because that is being the game changer for your lordships to understand what was the traffic, the internet traffic that was going on between the accused,
It's already been.
the victim, and it's a detailed report because it's called the Internet Protocol Detailed Report. Now, before, what happened was that the investigating agencies did not have much of a
So
problem.
the traffic between the accused,
It can be anything.
Right.
Yeah. Basically, the data is collected from the particular service provider. After it is collected, then it is
We
analyzed.
have recovered. We have recovered. I
It is
see.
all.
No, not recovery. I want the report. What does the report? Because it
obviously,
analyzed.
they are following up those.
Yes.
Let us only say that they have, solicitor said that they have recovered that data. They are following up, further investigating that.
The second is whether, I do not know whether they have again examined Devashish Som, who happens to be one of the main persons concerned, because he was first examined, then he went into a hospital. He was released on the 12th of September.
Who's Devashish Som?
He is the main person with regard to the forensic. If there's any blotch-up being done with regard to the forensic report, squarely it goes to the North Bengal lobby and to this person
No,
called
no,
Devashish.
Devashish Som.
He's part of the forensics of RG
He
Corp.
has been examined.
He was examined prior to 12. Then he went, of a panic attack, he went into hospital. Actually, that's what newspaper reports say.
He was an employee of the Calcutta police, or?
No, he's a doctor from RG Corp.
Yes.
He's a forensic doctor from RG Corp. And who happens to be very close to the person, Molai, Banerjee or Chatterjee, I don't remember, and the main person who was the head.
Devashish Som in this status report?
I don't think, my lord, I didn't get the name.
Just 1 second.
No.
mentioned here, he was examined before hospitalization. And my lord, I may not, my lord, right now say much on that.
Or the report states anything about one person called Dr. Chandan Sen and whether his case file has been studied. Why it assumes great significance is that this Chandan Sen belonged to Ranaghat Municipal Hospital. He was murdered in the year 2003. Same facts. He was murdered, she was murdered. What was the racket involved? The racket involved was with regard to fake medicine. Medicine being sent out. And there was also a Bangladeshi module as per the reports of that point of time. As far as RG Core is concerned, there is also a Bangladeshi module whereby the bio waste was being sent into Bangladesh.
Sir, I would request my learned friend, rather than, my lord, detailing
Because
this in
Chandan
open
Sen
court,
started-
let him write down and give it to me in a.
We have already permitted anybody who wants to furnish any information.
No, they give me in a sealed cover and I
Lord,
send them in a sealed condition.
My lord,
It
on
cannot be appropriate to discuss it loudly. You just write it down and give it to me in a sealed cover. It would immediately be given to the CBI.
There's no need.
This particular doctor, why Calcutta is burning today? Because this particular doctor is the accused person who are convicted. Then in the appellate court, they were acquitted. Before this honorable court also, because the evidence collected was such that even before this honorable court, the acquittal stood. And that is the reason why all the elderly people, because this happened 21 years back, and that Dr. Chandan Sen's memory is what ignites the elderly people of Kolkata to come onto the streets.
My lords, we have
on
handed
the
our
last
papers.
occasion, my lord, I had given some names. I had said I would give names of persons who were present at the scene of the crime on the invitation of the principal of the college, who had nothing to do with the college, nor were they on duty at that time. They arrived even before the police arrived on the scene. And we have reason to,
then-
yes, Lord.
Seven names,
For-
7 names.
I have 4 names. I don't have 7 names.
Jaising, that's a part of the report of the CBI.
Yes,
does
Lord,
the-
with their designations, some of them are elected members of the West Bengal Medical Council. So this is the reason why we are arguing that this is not just a plain and simple murder and rape. There are many more people involved in the incident that has taken place.
Please, all that we'd like to say right now is that the report by the CBI does specifically advert to this. So let's leave it at that because we have further probing.
I did not mention the names in open court. 2 of them I did give to the Solicitor General. There are 2 more which I will forward to him in sealed
My
cover.
lords, on the next occasion, there is a priority, my lords, with regard to
In
this
fact,
financial.
Solicitor, your report at Roman 9 at page 6.
No, on
No,
this, my lord,
on this
page-
Roman
yes,
9 at
yes,
page
yes,
6.
yes. Page 6 and 7, where my learned friend, Miss Jai Singh's, my lord,
That sentence, all of them,
yes,
so on and so forth.
My
and
lords,
so and so, they belong to so and so,
So-
and also members of.
Fair enough, fair enough.
my lords, just one thing with regard to this is that a lot of these people who have been mentioned, I am told, in the CBI report with regard to financial irregularities, but also being present at the scene of the crime when they had no business to be, many of them are in positions of power
Even today, even today.
And this is what is contributing to the threat culture, the enabling of threats, my lords.
My
So,
lord,
my lord,
while
if they could be, based on a prima facie appreciation of the status reports and the CBI investigation, sought to be, please, sought to be suspended temporarily from their positions until the investigation is over.
my lord, this is
That
one of
is
the
what we are
prayers.
seeking, my lord.
My lord, this is one of the prayers which we have made in an application filed before the court, which I would like to address you on. My lord, today repeatedly it has been said that the doctors are not going back to work. The first statement I wish to make is the state of West Bengal has acknowledged in its reply that we are all back at work. I would like that statement.
Right now,
One
that's not
second. Yes, it is. No, Mr. Mehta, it is linked. I'm trying to explain what accounts for the 51-day delay in their going back to work. I'm making a statement. I made a commitment on the last date of hearing that they will hold a general body and take a decision to go back to work. I am discharging that obligation by making a statement in writing that they have all gone back to work, and the state of
That's
West
not
Bengal
correct.
has acknowledged
No.
that in a reply filed by them today. So that issue, my lord, can be put to rest.
No.
Secondly, my lord, now the question is, what about the repetition of what happened last time? It is in that context that we say that the people who are being investigated by the CBI, 7 in number, are still in employment. And all that we are requesting is, this is the reason they didn't go back, because these people who are under investigation are still in employment in Archicor. And we only request temporary suspension of these people pending the inquiry, so that we can go back there with a sense of confidence that they will not target us. Lord, I know an undertaking has been given, and I make a statement, we've not been targeted. I've made that statement, my Lord. But how does one expect them to work in the same college when the same people who are under investigating are still, Lord, in positions of power? Therefore, only they should be suspended. Lord, I know that no disciplinary action can be taken against them until a proper inquiry is held. But surely, my Lord, they can be suspended to inspire that confidence.
Let's hear Mr. Dwivedi. Yes,
So that's what we have not in this language, but we have hinted at that, my lord, that if your lordship comes to page 7, just, my lord, at the top of the page, doctors belonging to so-and-so and also members of so-and-so, they claim that they tried to pacify the agitating trainee doctors. However, the agitating trainee doctors allege that aforementioned doctors were working on behalf of administration and also obstructing protests. Further investigation is.
My Lord, let's leave aside the protest.
Not
We are not on
restricted to
protest
RG
anymore.
Corps. It's not restricted to RG Corps. The people in positions of power are in positions of power with regard to the medical examinations, the examination board, the corporation that takes tenders, and the West Bengal Medical Council, my lords.
Mr. Solicitor, by the next date of listing,
My lords.
this is something on which you must apprise the court. I mean, who are the people, even on, forget whether they were involved in any conspiracy to hush up the murder, or that's a very important aspect, but keep that aside for a moment. Are there any people presently who are under investigation, who are in positions of authority in the hospital, against whom there is an allegation of involvement in financial irregularities?
Or my Lord, with the crime.
Or with
Both.
the first crime.
Inside
Both-
and outside the
With
hospital.
the cover up and the financial irregularities.
Both are
Yes,
crimes.
Both
yes.
are financial.
Either of the crimes or both of the crimes.
So let us know, because then
So let
Mr.
CBI indicate, my lord, to us, my lord, who are those people, and we'll, my lord,
That's
then take.
Yeah, we'll give them the names and see. Let me give them the names, there's no
Because,
problem.
Mr. Solicitor, ultimately, any action has to be taken by the state government as the disciplinary authority. For us to issue a direction of a general nature right now, without being in possession of full facts, would be really to take over that jurisdiction of a disciplinary authority. So I think it would be appropriate if at this level, at least there is some sharing of information
Yes.
Yes,
I will
on
tell.
what with the state government, so that then they can, because suppose they were to take action and there is a petition challenging that action, the first question would be, what is the basis on which you have acted? Second, of course, you can suspend in anticipation of a disciplinary inquiry, but they must have some material. Have you, as a state government, have you taken any call on any disciplinary action against
Well,
any
we
other
were
person.
told about 5 doctors, they have been, my lord, suspended, action have been taken. Rest, if CBI, as and when they tell us, my lord, something specific against them, or that they have been made accused, because investigation is very
Now,
wide.
who are the 5 doctors in RG Core whom you have suspended?
Who are the 5 persons? I'm sorry.
The recommendation is with the head of the postmortem is supposed to be the head of the threat culture.
Sir, there are many more than that.
And
My
it's
lord,
just an RG.
willing to share the names with the state of West Bengal. And my lord, if they are not suspended, they can at least be asked to proceed on leave during this pendency of the CBI inquiry. Because my lord, otherwise we'll be told again and again, you're protesting, you're not going back to work. My lord, it's been a big effort convincing them to go back to work. We've succeeded and they have gone back to work. But the reason I'm raising this issue is, my lord, I don't want to come back to the court and say it's happening all over again. So let them just go on leave. I will give the names.
Please
My
give
lord,
the names
that-
to the
yeah,
CBI.
no,
And I will give
Learned
the names
judge-
as well, my lord.
Chief Justice is saying it's for the state.
It's a side effect.
My application 213387 is specifically on this issue, on behalf of doctors working across the state of West Bengal, where we have named specific individuals who are involved as part of the so-called mafia, syndicate, nexus, whatever my lord seems to call it. But this is the specific issue that we have identified, that the underlying motivation and the interstate nexus, not intrastate nexus, which is singularly responsible for what has ultimately happened, needs to be investigated. We have identified individuals in our application. That is the application number 213387.
Now,
So we will share
presently we
those
are looking,
details.
right. Presently, we are looking at 2 aspects of RG Core.
Please.
One, the actual incident which took place,
Please.
and the issue of financial irregularities.
Yes, this goes beyond our.
Now,
It's the
It
entire-
does go beyond RG,
Minute,
my lord.
Absolutely.
No, my lord, today it's a question of
Just one
doctors
second.
going back to work.
The only question is that today, if we expand the investigation across other hospitals,
Please.
then we'll be in a situation where CBI will be left with an impossible situation. We are focusing on RG Core, but rest assured, thereafter we'll see on what further to do. You have moved that application, that's important. At this stage, I think what you can do is, you can, Mr. Solicitor, you can look at the, IA, so that, if there is any further, if there is a need for broadening the investigation, you can apprise the court, and then we can pass whatever supportive orders are necessary to effectuate that purpose.
Sir,
Because if this is a part of a broader nexus, either intra or interstate, then certainly this is a matter which we'll have to entrust to the CBI, of course. But before we do that, we must have some concrete materials
Yes, sir.
from
We shall,
the applicants,
examine
and which
their-
we may share with the CBI.
No, because we have been cautious. We have been cautious in sharing the material because of the investigation is pending. I said, I have it in writing, but I'm not mentioning
Because
the
they are-
names.
They are not going to
But
take
even the-
action because of the various doctors or groups of doctors or associations who are coming up with their own grievances and asking
No.
us for here and there. Just a minute, please. On the last occasion, my lord, when the doctors association met, my lord, the CM, the chief minister, my lord, then they requested transfer of the commissioner police, the DC North, the director medical education and director health service, all of them have been transferred, my lord,
They
from there.
wanted resignation,
Now-
my lords.
Now resignation, dismissal, remove, so that's the whole problem.
But he was given a,
No, my lord, no.
the commissioner of police
It's
was
just that,
given promotion.
for an inquiry, that somebody, suppose that is challenged.
That was the plea, my lord. The resignation
That-
was no plea.
Would that even stand? Has
Demand.
action which is.
And this is what they want.
They're not making any such demand. Let them go and leave.
Just allow me. brother.
Demands, my lord.
Now, this is all of them signed it, but this is what they gave to us. We gave it to your
My
lordship
lord,
at the last.
may I just, your lordship will
Now,
just.
further, my lords, as and when, my lord, the CBI gives us, my lord, any information about any person, my lord, however high or low, of having been involved, my lord, in something, or that, my lord, his presence is not required, he should be removed, he will be action will be
I would
taken
only
against them.
request, my lord, I would only
No
request,
difficulty.
I would request, my lord, them to give me those names in a sealed cover. I will pass it on to CBI.
No, and to the state.
Just one, a 4th status report dated 30 September 2024 by the DIG, so head of branch, Special Crime -1 CBI, has been submitted to the court. Full stop. The status report indicates the leads on the investigation, which are being followed up by the CBI. and the steps which have been taken in the course of the investigation. Next. During the course of the hearing, learned counsel appearing on behalf of the resident doctors have submitted their concerns to the effect that I just don't say that learned counsel. Without full stop, at this stage, it would be inappropriate. At this stage, where the investigation is in progress, it would not be appropriate to set down the details of the investigation or the leads which are being followed by the CBI, since that would compromise the status and effectiveness of the investigation. Full stop. At the same time, learned counsel appearing on behalf of the resident doctors, don't say at the same time, the CBI, as it appears before the court, is conducting an investigation on two facets. First, the alleged rape and murder which took place on 9 August 2024 at Ajikor Medical College and Hospital. And second, the allegations in regard to financial irregularities, which was also entrusted for the investigation of the CBI by the Orders Division Bench of the Calcutta High Court. To stop whether each of these are completely disconnected features, or whether there is a relationship between the two, is a matter again of investigation by the CBI. Full stop. During the course of the hearing, learned counsel appearing on behalf of the resident doctors as well as their associations have drawn attention to the fact that several persons against whom there are serious allegations of misdemeanor in the medical college and hospital are still occupying positions of responsibility. Full stop. The status report which has been submitted by the CBI indicates that several of these aspects are still under investigation. Stop. Responding to the submission of the doctors to the effect that the persons in positions of responsibility at the medical college and hospital should either be suspended or be directed to proceed on leave is a matter which will require examination by the state government as the appointing and disciplinary authority. Full stop. Mr. Rakesh Dwivedi, learned senior counsel appearing on behalf of the state of West Bengal, has submitted that if the CBI would share with the state government such preliminary material which would indicate the complicity of any persons in positions of authority, the state government will duly take necessary action in accordance with law, consistent with the service rules and regulations. Full stop. That apart, in the event that it appears that the irregularities which are noticed in the context of the Ajikor Medical College and Hospital cover not just the hospital in question, hospital and medical college in question, but extend to other such institutions within the state, within or outside the state,
So
the court may be, the investigating team of the CBI may be informed along the modalities which have already been prescribed by the earlier orders of this court. Thereafter, the court may take a call on what further directions to the CBI would be required to ensure that the investigation covers other aspects which may travel beyond the incidents which have taken place at the Ajikor Medical College and Hospital.
Well, I have a request to make.
Just record your A number.
Now,
Milord,
sorry,
your lord,
I have one request, Lord.
The fresh application being IA number
213387 of 2024.
213387 of 2024,
September.
which has been filed in that regard,
Please.
is taken on the file.
Great.
Full stop. details of the IA may be shared with the investigating officers of the CBI, investigating officers.
My lord, your lordship may kindly record. My lord,
My IA number
request-
Because I have one
request.
request.
Now, just one second.
I have one
A
request.
little bit time for Mr. Dwivedi. Mr. Dwivedi, between the last order and this order, today's hearing, what steps have been taken by the state of West Bengal
Yes,
for the installation of CCTV
we
cameras?
have filed an F.
2, for providing additional security. 3, for constructing duty rooms, which are separate for male and female doctors, for construction of toilets, for providing biometric access to critical areas of hospitals. What steps, what is the present improvement in the?
We have filed an affidavit, my lord, today, my lords, in the morning.
What have you
Now-
done?
My lord, we have shown the progress, my lord, in that, but we need some more time, my lord, to complete the task. Kindly have paragraph 8,
At page?
page 5. There have been some logistical delays, not because of release of funds and all that, otherwise,
floods
and
and floods in the
massive floods.
state of the.
You have to
But
take
still-
action now. How many new CCTV cameras have been installed? Tell us
My
that.
lords, we mentioned CC at page 5, my lords, your lordship, paragraph 8, last bottom, my lords.
Does it-
6178 were to be installed, my lord, 26% have been installed, my lord, up till. And remaining we are likely to complete by 10th of October, my lords. And so far as RG core is concerned, it is at page, paragraph 11.
Here's that no part of the work is above 50%. Duty rooms, 49%.
That's right.
Washrooms, 40%.
What-
Lighting arrangements, 33%. CCTV installation, 26%. Why is the progress so tardy? Because I mean,
Because
we have
of-
been monitoring this now for quite, since 9th of August. we are into
Because tender,
September.
etc. had to be floated because of all those, but we are like, we'll complete all this not by maximum 15th October. my lords.
You have said 31st of October, completed by 15th of October now.
I'm saying 15th. I've told them, my lord, myself, they wanted time to be 31st so that we don't have to revert back for more time. But I want your lordships to post it by 15th October, my lord, so that by that time, my lord, we can give your lordships, most of the work will be completed, my lords. And so far RG core is concerned, my lord, duty room, my lord, tenders, etc. have matured, but we have to take
Who's
permission from
looking after,
CBI.
who's now the principal at the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital today? Has somebody been appointed?
Dr. Manas Banerjee.
He's come from outside or he was a doctor within actually?
He's from Bengal only.
No, but he was within RG Kaur or he's come in from
No,
some
he
other-
was 4 years back, he has been in RG core.
Principal of Barasat Medical College,
Which medical college?
Barasat Medical College.
Barasat Medical College.
And later on, sir, he was, after this incident, we reviewed his reputation. I knew him. So he was earlier MSVP of RGKR almost 4 years back, very efficient officer. So we got him back as a principal because he was already promoted. He was there in Bakra. We also got him. He's a young guy and he has developed quite a good reputation and comfort with the resident doctors and the
The Principal Secretary Health of Government of West Bengal, who was present in the course of the hearing, has informed the court that following the incident which took place on 9th August 2024, the state government has brought in 2 officers as the principal of the medical college and hospital and as the medical superintendent and vice principal. Full stop. These officers are bracket 1,
Professor
Doc-
Dr. Manas Banerjee.
Professor Dr. Manas Banerjee, who was earlier working as the who was earlier posted as principal at the
Barasat Medical College.
at Barasat Medical College, semicolon, and bracket 2.
Professor Dr. Saptarshi Chatterjee.
Professor Dr. Saptarshi Chatterjee
He was posted as a MSVP of Bankura Sammelini Medical College.
was previously posted as the medical superintendent and vice principal of the Bankura Medical College. The status report which has been submitted by the state of West Bengal indicates the following position in regard to the ongoing work at 28 medical colleges. 8 March को एक copy कर लो. As regards the status of the work at the RG Medical College, the status report is in the following terms. Page 6 और 7 को भी दी. Though the state has indicated that the remaining work would be completed within a time frame of 31 October 2024. The court has been assured that all work would be completed by 15 October 2024.
We will make all endeavors, Manoj. Some little thing will
That
remain.
the state will
one or
make
two
all endeavors to
2%.
complete the work by 15 October 2024. To stop, the state shall positively ensure that work is completed by 15 October 2020.
It's not a good point.
Because,
The
in
irregularity
RG
has been
Core,
going on for
in
at least
RG Core,
2 decades.
one moment.
If this irregularity has been going on for at least 2 decades, and if the individuals who have now been appointed have been associated
Lord,
with
My
an
lord,
official
can the state please
then the
finish?
fact that the previous employment was not with RG Court doesn't make a difference.
No, but
I know, but sometimes what happens is that merely because he was with RG Court 4 years back,
At least
he may not be involved in anything at all if these are.
disclose whether the individuals had previous relationship with RG Court. Let them at least disclose.
My lord, but that is the most shocking part of it. Because 4 years back, my lord,
You know what? Sometimes you need a person who's conscious of that particular establishment also. If that person is otherwise free of taint, and today if the government is bringing in somebody from outside, there's no reason for us to suspect that a person who is deliberately brought in with a taint.
Yes, my
Oh,
lord, we
yes,
took
ma'am.
instructions
There was-
and we are told that immediately the doctors are not aware of any taint, but we will come back with specific
may I-
instructions.
In RG Course College, Lord, regarding duty room, Lord, the tenders have matured, but we need the CBI's clearance, Lord, because of the crime.
Mr. Solicitor,
I'm sure, Lord, will.
they need your clearance for completing the work in the duty room because you've lifted all the evidence now.
Whatever they were supposed not to do for first 5 days, but they've done. Now, even if they do something more, we have no objection.
Anyway, you just communicated to them, that's all.
Yes,
No, it's
there
all
is
right,
one
Lord,
aspect.
it is the CBI which has stopped us, Lord, so we need permission, otherwise we would have done it.
About 4 years back, when this
No.
particular person
Lord,
was
may we
brought
complete,
into RG
we
Court,
have more
Lord, he was responsible for selling off babies. Lord, the matter is pending before the
No,
High Court.
this is unfair, this is unfair.
But it's not unfair.
Just one second.
I don't know from all these
Just
reports.
one-
actually.
Let CBI investigate.
You can't.
Who are you?
make- One second.
No, I have the order sheet.
Just one.
Where
But-
DNA
Who
was
is he?
conducted.
One second.
Represent.
Just listen to us. You can't just throw an allegation like
Yes.
that across the bar.
Responsible.
On the next date of listing, you show us something to indicate.
No,
that
I'll
it's
show the
subject-
orders where the DNA was conducted
Right.
by the High
Then
Court.
Put it on the record,
I'll put it on record.
You can't just, otherwise
Four
we have
years
to,
that-
we have to follow some order
This
and
is what I'll
procedure.
put it on record. I'll put it on
Nothing
record.
beyond
Here, we'll immediately ask them to replace the
Lord,
order.
he should also tell us what is his locus, Lord, from where he is getting
I mean,
information. Lord.
But my argument, it was.
All right, look, you put it on the record.
I'll put
that's it.
And which party does he represent?
I have a submission. Lord, may I have a very important request to make? Lord?
Historically.
My learned friend said that all doctors have joined, Lord, they have joined, but only they are performing emergency
Oh,
work.
just a minute, Milo, this
They
is a
are-
false
one moment.
statement. It's a false statement
All
and they've
right.
admitted it in their affidavit. Milo,
Very
Ms. Indira Jaising.
Yes.
Senior counsel appearing on behalf of the resident doctors has made a solemn statement that pursuant to the hearing which took place in court on the last occasion, all doctors have rejoined their duties.
Milo, they were, the expression that I've used,
Responding to the statement of Mr. Rakesh Dwivedi.
They are not doing IPD and OPD.
1 second.
That learned senior counsel appearing on behalf of the state of West Bengal, that the doctors are not performing
IPD
the
and OPD.
IPD and OPD duties, Ms. Jaising assures the court that the doctors are performing all duties without exception.
Including all essentials and emergency services, that may be recorded.
All duties.
No, not because there's a dispute over the expression. The essential services are being performed.
You're not performing only essential services, right? You're performing all duties, we take it from you. You're
And they've admitted it in their own affidavit.
performing
No,
all
we
duties.
have said not IPD, OPD.
Look, this is part of the threat
Anyway,
culture.
I'm not accusing, Lord, I'm only
This is
praying with
part of
folded
the
hands. Lord,
recognition of the doctors, not.
Therefore, we have recorded your statement
It's
that
a
you are
puja.
performing all duties. So now abide by the statement.
And
Duties are
second,
performed by the senior doctors.
now, my lord, one,
Manoj, they've admitted it in the affidavit that the junior doctors have rejoined. So where is the?
Where is this? Please show us the
No,
page
they
number,
have.
para number.
you know it,
Now
to
that
your
we-
knowledge, they have rejoined, to your knowledge.
Please show us.
Records kindly be seen, Manoj. What we have said.
A statement that they are willing, that they are ready, that they are doing all
So
work.
they are not doing so.
They are-
Lord, please, this cannot be allowed. Let him file a separate application for
Para 17.
Ms. Jaising, are you making a statement that you are performing IPD and OPD work?
Yes, here's my statement. Please record it as I say it. They are performing all essential and emergency
What is
services.
essential?
Let me finish.
Who
Essential
decides?
services includes OPD. Essential
No, not
services.
like-
No, 1 minute, my lord, they should know better than me. They are
Junior doctors
doctors.
are very important for
They
the
should
health
know better
system.
than me.
Hospitals
If
cannot.
according to you, you are performing all essential services.
Yes,
We record your statement which
That's right.
includes IPD and OPD,
OPD is part of essential services.
right?
It's
Likewise,
I
inpatient
want it
department
on
also.
record, my lord. I want it on record that they are performing emergency and essential services. That's the medical name, my lord. It's the medical name given to this service.
But will that mean that you will not render services to a child who comes in with a normal ailment during the term of the weather, but you will try and save the
No,
dying patient?
no, my lord, no. OPD
You are
falls
supposed
within
to give
essential
work
services.
in the hospital, which any
OPD
doctor.
falls within
Your
essential
lordship may say
services.
all
Not-
essential services including IPD, OPD.
It's not the way they have admitted that we are back at work.
No,
If
we
you
have not.
continue like this,
The main-
I will take no responsibility for one more strike.
Therefore, 1 second. Are you therefore, are you stating that you are performing all medical and essential work, including IPD and OPD work?
Because it's part of essential service. No, my lord, your lordship may record that. I don't want confusion.
But Ms. Indira
You don't want to
has
make any false
categorically-
statements in this
has
court.
Categorically stated that all the doctors are and shall perform all medical and essential work, including
PD.
including IPD and OPD work.
Yes, I'm grateful.
My lords, in all of this, there have been 2 attacks. On the 27th
Yes.
of September in Shagor Dotto Medical College Hospital, there was an assault when the mob entered and the police and the non-state security personnel, the Rati Reshati said that they are doubling down on, stood back. So my lords, there is a
Nobody
second
stood back.
attack that happened yesterday.
My
My lords, if I may just
That you are investigating. This is not a general investigation onto what is happening on issues of law and order in every hospital.
Yes.
But we take it that you are taking action in accordance. with
We have
it.
filed
People have been
My lords,
arrested,
in this
FIRs
regard,
because
action
the-
is not
the
being
two
taken.
versions are a patient died because, my lord, he was not provided bed. He was critical. No doctor attended.
No,
Only
my lords,
the-
these are,
No, it's
these
false.
allegations cannot be
But
made,
there
my
is-
lords.
There are two
These
versions.
allegations cannot be made.
But surely we can't decide them on the level of the volume of the voice. We'll have to decide it if it all after records come before us.
Exactly, my lords.
Yes.
There are no records.
Yes.
There's an assertion by the state,
My lord,
we're denying it.
We have put
Your
it on
lordship,
record.
I'm
Let them
saying
reply.
your lordship was physically away,
Five
but I'm
seconds,
the nearest proximate.
No, I'm the nearest.
There are,
All right,
Just a minute.
my lordships, may I?
all right.
Just
Mr. Solicitor, when will you give us the report on the status of the
Whenever
investigation?
lordship next,
We'll take it up on the Monday after the mini break of the court. So that will give you almost 10 days time to investigate. Of
can
course,
it be Tuesday?
My lordship,
May I
just hear me for a
On
second.
15th,
Your lordships, may I mention?
lord,
that
please
given
hear me for a
the
second.
sensitive nature of the pictures, I've taken those back. Your
No,
lordship,
the-
1 second. Is it in relation to the state of West Bengal and the RG Kaur
your
hospital?
lordship, this is where.
1 second. Yes or no?
No.
Then that is the end of the matter. Sorry. No.
Your lordship,
not a word,
So, no, sorry.
not a word of clarification that the High Court can proceed with the other petitions, my lord, which are outside the remit of what your lordships are supervising.
Yes, we are not.
No, but
If we-
that's it. Last time they said. it's
Ketlani,
before the
if we
Supreme Court.
wanted the High Court to stay its hand, we would have indicated that right away.
So, my lord,
We didn't. It's a
can we have a specific?
There are issues of moment which we are considering. There are issues which are best left to be handled at a local level by the division
Exactly.
head.
Therefore, my lord, just
But they also know that issues which we are dealing with, they will not touch.
my lord,
Other matters
last,
they can.
last time they had a difficulty. I was personally appearing in the matter in the Calcutta High Court.
What was the issue?
The difficulty was, is this also, the case was about the police commissioner's statement immediately on the morning of, as he exited from the hospital, giving an interview disclosing the victim's name.
Somebody will have to file a writ petition.
Yes, my lord, we filed a writ petition in the High Court.
Have we stayed the hearing of that writ petition? We have not. Have we transferred that writ petition?
No,
to
no,
our-
lordships haven't. But a word of clarification, the difficulty. But your lordship may only say this. Anything outside the limit of what your lordship said.
Mr. Jetmalani,
Yes.
Mr. Dwivedi,
My lord,
if there's a writ petition dealing with the police commissioner's conduct, we are not staying the proceedings before the High Court at all. So please, neither side should tell the court that, well, we are seized of that matter. We are very clear that the writ petition which has been filed.
But will your lordship say that anything outside the limit of what has been said?
It's not required to be said.
The High Court is seasoned enough to know what
But
not
last
to
time-
enter upon.
Last time we said that they were not going into.
Now we have made our position clear.
About the national task force, we directed to file the.
Mr. Solicitor, now, should we have the report of the National Task Force on the next day?
Can-
Because then we can issue broader directions
Yes,
for
sir.
implementing.
Correct.
So please
I
make
will
sure,
communicate, my lord, through
because
the
we had said
secretary
that
of
an
the-
interim report and the final report, now we should have actually both.
my lord, on the task force.
20th of October.
The Solicitor General shall place on the record the outcome of the proceedings before the National Task
My lord,
Force,
lordship will
or
give-
at least apprise this court on the status, on the progress which has been made.
My lord, but your lordship will just give me 1 second on the task force
Why-
issue.
Joshi from Medical Legal Society of India.
Sorry,
Rajiv Joshi from Medical Legal Society of India.
have you filed an IA?
Yeah, we have filed an intervention.
What is your IA for? How are you concerned with Ajikor Medical College?
Arjikor in general violence all over India that is happening.
That we will take up. We'll go step by step. We'll first deal with
submit any
Ajikor,
document
we'll deal
for
with
your-
the state of West
My
Bengal.
lord, can I just have a-
We'll deal with this at a little later stage.
I have to
Yeah.
submit
My lord,
these
with your
documents for your
permission, I
consideration.
just
Your
have
Honor.
a single word on the question of the task force. My lord, I have already filed an IA. I have no problem if it's taken up on the next date. But the point that we've pointed out there is the task force doesn't have any representation from West Bengal. We have made a humble request to this court.
Everyone
To
can
one
represent.
second, please. That is the task force is constituted by this honorable court. The members' names have been put by this honorable court. Only this court can alter the composition of the task force. It's a humble request to include into the task force at least one representative from the state of West
See,
Bengal.
If you-
1 second.
1 second, now will you,
Pick up your-
both sides, will you please hear us?
Yes,
The task force is not state specific.
it's
The
not.
task, 1 second.
That's right.
We are going to issue directions based on the report of the task force, which will have pan-India application.
Yes, my lord.
If we agree to your suggestion, we will have to include representatives of every state in the task force.
Oh,
Therefore, just 1 second,
Yes,
therefore we have directed that the task force shall engage with stakeholders.
I understand.
Please address an email on behalf of the resident doctors, both juniors and seniors in West Bengal, to the task force.
Yeah.
The cabinet secretary and his team are coordinating all logistical arrangements. They will ensure that you are heard by the task force and all your inputs are taken into account. Please rest assured.
Fully agree.
Your Honor, I want-
And that just
I
1
want
minute, my lord, one,
Papers.
my lord, just 1 minute.
This is not like what happens, in
No,
a
wait.
conference of doctors. It's a court of law.
Yeah, that's.
You will speak when you are called upon to speak,
Also.
right?
Uh,
Yes, yes.
Here you can talk. My lord, just one more thing. I understand what has been put to me, that it's an all India task force and therefore every state can't have a representation. However, having regard to the fact that this incident arose in West Bengal,
Just do this, Ms. Jaising. Please write an email right away to the convener of the task force. If they have not heard already the resident doctors from West Bengal, please request for an urgent appointment. You can then have a few representatives of all the associations, meet them and give them a complete appraisal of what your concerns are, what your inputs are to the work of the task force. It will be a welcome suggestion and they will give you a hearing. The Solicitor General is here, he'll communicate it to the Cabinet Secretary.
my lord, would your lordship consider, second, please, let me finish. Would your lordship consider appointing a sub-task force for West Bengal? so that the specific issues which have arisen in West Bengal, which are not common to the rest of the country, can be looked into.
You see, all the members of the task force are people of unquestioned national
I
standing.
don't question it, Lord.
And therefore, the only point which you have made, which is a valid point, which is that the concerns specific to the doctors in West Bengal should be taken into account. Therefore, Ms. Jaising, all that you have to do is to address an email to the cabinet secretary. They will ensure that at the next meeting of the task force, representatives of all the resident doctors are heard by the task.
I will convey this to them for sure.
We're going to
My
do
lord,
that, my lord, on the next
which is
occasion.
on the next date of hearing. I'll briefly mention what they are. We do not want nomination of students, interns, and doctors. We want them to be elected representatives on the monitoring committee, the grievance committee, and the other committees. Your lordship may take it up for hearing. The state has committed to facilitating elections.
Right, but therefore this can be really addressed to the task force itself.
No, my lord, not to the task force, to your lordships.
No.
I have put it in
My
the
lord, we'll do it on the next occasion, my lord.
It's part of the agreed minutes.
Grateful, Miss.
Oblige me.
It's part of the agreed minutes, my lord.
We're not now going to whether election should be held, nomination should be made. We
It
must
has to
also,
be done, my lord. It
we
can't
must
be,
also understand, the limit
it
of
can't
our-
be
of our
nominated
duty.
people on the,
My
on
lords,
the,
please
on these
submit on the
committees,
next
my lord.
occasion. On the
These
next occasion,
committees
please.
cannot have nominated people. They have to be elected, my lord.
Well, I know I was laughing, but then I'm sure you also know why I was laughing. And I'm sure you also know why you are laughing. So the fifth hearing is over. Fifth hearing of the Supreme Court is over. The hearing began at 5:28, exactly in 78 minutes. It's 5:38 now, so 60 plus 18 is equal to 78 minutes. Arjikor hearing or hearing on Arjikor matter lasted for 78 minutes. 78 minutes, and I'm almost reminded of that famous dialogue of Chak De movie, 70 minute, तुम्हारे हाथ में है 70 minute. We had 78 minutes, more than 70 minutes, 8 minutes more than 70 minutes. And in those 78 minutes, what all we have discussed, we don't know what happened to the investigation because CBI has once again given a status report which is given in a sealed envelope. The court has said that the investigation and the progress of the investigation is indicated in the status report. Unlike last time, Supreme Court did not refer to those two words, serious, serious and disturbing. So those words were not uttered by the Supreme Court today. However, the Supreme Court said that the CBI has indicated that the investigation is on its way, investigation is progressing. The details of the investigation have not been disclosed because of the case, the sensitivity of the case. What else? So as far as the rape and murder of the doctor is concerned, 53 days later, we know the investigation is on. That's it. That is it. Well, many people would find it contempt of court. No, with very respect towards the Supreme Court and not questioning the Supreme Court hearing at all, because you all know the matter that is there before the Supreme Court, it's a suo motu matter. The trial would happen at the trial court, but at this juncture, CBI has given the fourth status report. And according to the fourth status report, the investigation is continuing and it's a continuous process. What else did we come across in those 78 minutes? In those 78 minutes, we saw the Supreme Court being also apprised about IPDR data, and CBI says the CBI is in possession of the IPDR data and that they are investigating the matter. That is it, nothing more, nothing less. there was also discussion about a movie that can come out or a documentary on the deceased doctor that can come out tomorrow on YouTube, that it should not be allowed, to which the court said you have to approach the right forum. So please understand the range of things which have come up in those 78 minutes. There was also a quote-unquote ancillary issue. What is this ancillary issue? Former Police Commissioner Vineet Goyal, he had apparently taken the name of the doctor after coming out of the hospital, and that is wrong, and punitive action should be initiated against him. And thus, the matter which went to Calcutta High Court could not progress, because Calcutta High Court almost had said, because Supreme Court is listening to the matter, they won't really interfere at this juncture. So they wanted a clarity. If in this quote-unquote ancillary issue, the Supreme Court will have any concern if High Court progresses, Supreme Court said that they have never put out any stay on this matter, and of course, Calcutta High Court can pursue the case. From the status report, there are one or two things the Supreme Court had questioned the Solicitor General. Number one, the bruises on the victim could have accentuated because of her braces and the glasses. Was she wearing the glasses when she was attacked? That's one question that the court, relying on the status report and after going through the status report, had asked the Solicitor General, to which it was said that maybe she was too tired and she was wearing her glasses, and that's how she had dozed off. And the report, the Caesar list, says that the glass which was broken was found next to her on the very mattress on which she was sleeping. So that is part of the Caesar list. Then came up another issue, Dr. Debashish Shom. Supreme Court asked, who is Dr. Debashish Shom? It was communicated to him that he is a doctor from RG Kaur who had conducted the forensic on the doctor, and that he should be investigated. What did the CBI say? CBI said that we have already examined him once, and that is part of the status report. CBI, in a way, has also confirmed they have not found anything absolutely grievous against Dr. Debashish Shom that warrants his arrest or any action against him. What else did come up in these 78 minutes? In these 78 minutes, the other thing which came up, North Bengal syndicate, junior doctors not being able to feel a conducive atmosphere because against who they have got allegations, they're still there in power of the position of power, to which the court had said that let the CBI file a report. Because Advocate Indira Jaisingh said, prima facie appreciation of the facts mean that they should be suspended till the investigation is over, because if they are asking for a conducive atmosphere, in that conducive atmosphere, these people against who they have got allegations cannot be roaming free. Demanded temporary suspension. Court said that list has to be given to the state government. After all, they would be taking action. And if there are names that should also be shared with the CBI, if CBI finds it's important to take action against them, that can be communicated to the state. Court also said something very important to the CBI. Who are these people? Forget they are involved in trying to hush up the matter or not. Yes, it's a very important issue. But keeping that aside, anyone under the scanner of alleged irregularities or any wrongdoing, action taken against them, status report on them, and whether their names have also been communicated to the state government. It is being told, share the information with the state government. If there is a broader nexus, okay, it was communicated to the court, there could be a larger nexus which involves irregularities transcending beyond the realms of Kolkata, to which the court clearly said a status report should be filed, because if there is a broader nexus, and before it is confirmed, it can only be confirmed after there is some concrete material of proof. So if there is a concrete material of proof, and if that can be shared with the CBI, then CBI can actually take up the matter, and of course a consolidated status report should be filed before the court. Several persons against who there were serious allegations of misdemeanors against people holding position or position of power, CBI has said it is subject to investigation, and the court has admitted that. But the junior doctors actually want those people to be suspended. The state government says that they would, look into the grievances if the names are shared, and if there are, CBI has to now apprise on this very matter to the court next time when the matter is being heard. Now, when is the matter coming up again? I believe on Monday, next Monday. Now, the court also said you would have about 10 days time. So not really sure whether it's coming Monday, which is 4th of October, 4th of October, or say 7th of October or 14th of October. That's something we have to wait and see. So it seems like, yeah, either it will be 7th of October or 14th of October. I think it can be 14th of October because the doctor, the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, said that he would have about 10 working days in hand. So if that has to be counted, then, today is what, Monday? So 5 working days from this week, and then you have about 3 or 4 working days from next week, even though there is Durga Puja festival here. But as far as national festivals are concerned, Dashera happens to be on a Sunday, which is 13th. So it can be either 7th of October or 14th of October when the matter would be coming up again. The court said after the mini break, the matter would come up again next Monday. The other issue which came up, and very important, and that is about doctors. Please understand, the doctors have already warned that after the Supreme Court hearing today, they would decide as whether they would go back to cease work or they would continue with their services. Now, what kind of services they are currently on? Are they only doing emergency services and essential services? The state, in this very aspect, interjected and said that they are not doing IPD and OPD services. They are doing emergency services, but not OPD and IPD services. So the Supreme Court sought a clarity from Advocate Indira Jaisingh, representing the junior doctors front, as what are the kind of services they are doing. Now, court has also been given an affidavit from the state government, where the state has admitted they have resumed work. It is a fact that they have resumed work. But the court was also apprised by the state that they are not doing all the OPD services and IPD services, to which Indira Jaisingh, the advocate representing the junior doctors front, said that they have resumed work and they are doing essential services, emergency services that also can include IPD and OPD. So Supreme Court clearly wanted a clarity as whether they are doing OPD and IPD services. If tomorrow a boy comes with basic ailment, will the person be treated at the hospital by the junior doctors, or are such patients getting treated by the junior doctors or not? Something the court wanted to know, to which Indira Jaisingh, the advocate representing the junior doctor, said they have resumed all their services. So yes, if that's the submission which is now on record, whether the junior doctors will go against that submission and then again come on cease work, we have to wait and see. But Indira Jaisingh, the advocate representing the junior doctors, is on record saying that all doctors have rejoined their duties and they're performing all duties. So that's a very important aspect. All eyes will now be on the junior doctors, whether they announce any further cease work. National Task Force, another point. National Task Force has been asked to submit their report by the next hearing, both the interim and the final report, as what work has progressed as far as their mandate is concerned. And finally, the focus is on the state government. The state government was questioned. What are the kind of work you have done as far as upgrading the security system is concerned? To which the court also observed, why is your work so tardy? Why is the work so slow? So the court has been informed back by the state that the court has also been informed by the state that there had been flood situations. Fund allocation, was a concern because of the floods, and that most of the work has started, but on average, the work is about 26% of what has happened. In some areas, 40%, 48%, 45%. Now, the court wanted to know by when will you be done with all your work as far as creating restrooms are concerned, CCTV installations are concerned. security deployment is concerned. The court has now been told that by 10th of October, by 15th of October rather, by 15th of October, they should be done. Most of their work should be done by 15th of October. So again, we have to wait and see what happens as far as the progress in the work of the state is concerned, upgrading the security apparatus. And finally, those who are from Bengal, they know that there had been one incident at Sagar Datta Hospital as far as attack on doctors and nurses is concerned. That issue too was mentioned before the court, and the court said you can't just raise up every issue happening everywhere. If it's a if it's an incident, it can be handled at the local level, meaning at the state level. The idea when it was raised, the idea behind raising that matter was highlighting the vulnerability of the junior doctors, but the state was quick to counter and say that a patient party had assaulted the doctors after a patient died because of alleged delay in giving that patient treatment. That's what has been submitted before the court. So now that was a quick sum up of what really transpired in those 78 minutes. Very easy, just 78 minutes. So in those 78 minutes, these are the things which have happened. And again, we have to now wait for the next hearing, which happens on a Monday after a mini break, either 7th of October or 14th of October. We have to now wait and see what else happens between these couple of days. The matter of North Bengal quote-unquote syndicate was also raised. It was also spoken about the current principal at RG Kor, who has replaced the former principal Shondeep Ghosh. Against him also some allegations were raised in the on the floor of the court, and the court said that this is not fair. Somebody without any taint has been brought here, and the state possibly has found it prudent to bring in somebody who has worked in that hospital. Because he has worked in the hospital 4 years back, not necessarily carries any kind of a taint. Unless there is a proof in hand, then it's not fair to float allegations. And if there are proof against him, then that should be filed in form of an application and affidavit. So overall, if you bifurcate the issue in two aspects, number one, the case itself of the rape and murder of the doctor, and number two, the protest of RG Kor doctors and their demand for better security apparatus. If you keep these two things aside, then you would find that as far as the case of the doctor's rape and murder is concerned, it was barely discussed. It cannot be discussed because the status report has been given in a sealed envelope, and because of the sensitivity of the matter, the details of the status report have not been disclosed. The court has asked CBI to file a comprehensive status report apart from the case, to also highlight aspects of alleged corruption in RG Kor, irregularities, and if there are people under the scanner being investigated already, their names too should be attached in the updated status report when it is filed in the next hearing. So for now, this is what happened in the Supreme Court today. We all have been waiting since afternoon. In fact, since morning, a lot of anticipation had been building on this very hearing of the Supreme Court. After all, after 17th of September, this is the first time the matter was coming up. Today was the fifth hearing as far as the matter was concerned, being heard before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court was initially supposed to hear the matter at 2 o'clock. Then other matters were finished off before this matter this matter was taken up. Somebody is asking, can junior doctors do something in contempt of court? Well, Shobhik, it is difficult to answer that because the junior doctors will let us know what their final decision is. And at this juncture, to use such words maybe will not be prudent. The junior doctors were not held in contempt of the court after they did not go back to their duties on 10th of September by 5 p.m. Instead, what they had done, they had gone on a 9-day dharna pradarshani outside the Shastro Bhavan, and there was no action taken against them. In fact, it is on record that the state will not take any action against them. So far, no action has been initiated against them, and the court has also not seen that as a contempt. The court has only given that as a directive, and the direction is there as an observation. That apart, the court has not really given any specific order and direction. Well, the junior doctors are supposed to give out a statement maybe sometime by the evening. We will come to know about their standpoint. But for all the viewers who have joined us, thank you so much. Like you all, we have been patiently waiting for the Supreme Court hearing. We have heard the matter, and now the wait continues. The wait for the next hearing. For now, thank you so much, and thanks for connecting with all of us. Somebody, Sharif Mohammed has asked finally what happened, and there are two smileys attached. I think you also know the answer of your question, and I let that be. So at this point in time, I thank all our viewers for connecting with us, and we will come back on live again with another story. But for now, taking a break from this live broadcast pertaining to Supreme Court hearing of the RG Court, Dr. Rape and Murder. Thank you so much.